The city never sleeps, but on nights like this, it doesn't rest either. There's a certain stillness that coats the streets, a quiet hum that rises from the gutters and the flickering neon signs. The rain falls in thick, lazy sheets, each drop like a whispered secret, tracing its own path down the grime-streaked windows of my office. It's late, too late, and I should be asleep. Hell, I want to be asleep. But sleep in this city is a luxury I haven't had for days, maybe longer. I take another drag from my cigarette, letting the smoke curl in the air, mingling with the damp, musty scent that clings to everything around me. The glow from the street lamp cuts through the fog outside, casting long shadows across my desk. This office has seen it all. The busted marriages, the missing persons, the last-minute deals that only the desperate make. But tonight, it feels different. There's a weight in the air, as if the city itself knows something's coming, something it's not ready to let go of. The door creaks open. I don't need to look up to know who it is. It's the kind of night that only pulls in the desperate, the broken, or the damned. She steps inside, her silhouette framed by the harsh light from the street outside. She's got trouble written all over her, carrying it like it's her purse. I don't need to ask her name. I can tell she's been chasing something just out of reach. You need help, I say. Not a question, but a statement, as if the city itself had whispered it into my ear. I don't wait for her to answer. A crooked partner. A missing fling. She shakes her head. It's not those things. It's sleep, she whispers, almost too softly, as if saying it out loud will make it real. I've lost it. It's just gone. I can't find it anymore. I lean back in my chair, flicking the ash from my cigarette into the tray. A case about lost sleep. Now I've heard everything. My eyes narrow as I take her in. She's not crazy. At least, not in the way I've seen others slip into madness. There's something almost fragile about her. She's running on fumes, too, just like the rest of us in this city. The city of neon lights, bad deals, and people running from something they can't outrun. You tried counting sheep, I ask, more to test her than anything else. She nods just a little. Warm baths, sleeping pills. Nothing works. It's like it's disappeared. I scratch my chin, thinking it over. Lost sleep. It sounds ridiculous, but I've heard crazier things. I've seen cases that no sane man could explain. And in this city, nothing's ever what it seems. I reach for my typewriter, my fingers tapping a steady rhythm on the keys, almost as if I'm already solving this mystery in my head. I'll take the case, I say. My voice is flat, detached, but underneath it, there's a tremor, a sense of unease. But just so you know, I'm no rookie when it comes to the shadows of the mind. We'll find your sleep, one way or another. She sits across from me, her eyes dark and restless. I hear the slow, rhythmic clack of the keys under my fingers. Each tap is like the ticking of a clock, a countdown to something I can't quite put my finger on. Something about this feels wrong. But I'm too far, gone to back out now. What happened to it? I ask, glancing up from my typewriter. When did you last see it? She hesitates, and for a moment, I think she won't answer. But then she whispers, I don't remember. It's just gone. It's like it was never even there. cold shiver runs down my spine. Something in her voice, something in the way she says it, hits too close to home. I take a slow drag of my cigarette, the ember burning bright in the dark. Maybe I couldn't remember either. Maybe sleep's just another thing this city takes from you, one piece at a time. I lean back in my chair, flicking the cigarette butt into the ashtray, my mind swirling with possibilities. We'll figure it out, I say. Together. Just tell me everything you remember. The rain picks up outside, the sound growing louder, more insistent. It's a steady rhythm, like fingers drumming on a desk. A reminder that the world keeps turning, whether we're ready for it or not. I should be asleep by now, but the city's rhythm has a way of keeping you awake, keeping you on edge, like you're waiting for something to happen, something you can't predict, but can't escape. I glance at her again, her eyes wide and searching, like she's trying to find something she's lost, and can't remember what it is. This case, this city, it's like a fog that keeps swallowing everything whole. The rain outside doesn't help. It only blurs the lines between what's real and what's not. Let's solve this, I murmur, more to myself than to her. The words don't sound reassuring. They sound like a promise I'm not sure I can keep, but I say them anyway, because in this city, it's the only thing you can do. Make promises you're not sure you can keep. And as the door creaks closed behind her, the city swallows the sound of her footsteps, and I'm left alone, wondering if anyone, least of all me, can find their way out of this maze. The case of lost sleep, the words lost sleep, hang in the air like a fog I can't shake off. I glance over at her, her eyes wide with that familiar, haunted look, the kind you see in people who have stared too long into the abyss of their own mind. It's not the first time I've heard a request that sounds completely out of place, but something about this one feels different. Maybe it's the way she says it, as though she's already given up hope and is simply asking for a miracle. Or maybe it's the look in her eyes, that quiet desperation that pulls at something deep inside me, something I've tried to bury but never quite succeeded. I lean back in my chair, the worn leather creaking under my weight, and flick the ash from my cigarette into the tray. My mind churns, calculating. This isn't the kind of case I'd normally take. Missing persons, sure. Cheating spouses, of course. But sleep, that's something you don't lose. Not in a way that makes any sense. But then again, this is the city, and in a place like this, nothing makes sense. You're telling me you've lost your sleep, I say slowly, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. It's just gone, like a memory fading in the dark. She nods, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. Her fingers twitch like she's trying to hold herself together, but it's clear she's running on empty. Her voice cracks when she speaks again, barely above a whisper. I've tried everything. Counting sheep, warm baths, sleeping, pills. Nothing works. It's like it slipped out of me, like it never existed at all. I'm scared. The fear in her voice sends a chill down my spine, deeper than the cold draft that slips under the door. I flick another ash off my cigarette, staring into the amber glow as if it could provide some clarity. But it doesn't. The truth is, I'm getting the sense that this case is more than just some tired woman's restless nights. There's something lurking beneath the surface. I can feel it. It's in the way the shadows in my office seem to stretch a little longer, the way the rain outside seems to tap against the window with a rhythm that mirrors the pounding in my head. I've seen strange things in this city. Hell, I've been a part of them. I've tangled with ghosts, mysteries that refuse to die, and criminals who think they can outrun their own sins. But sleep, the very thing that keeps a man alive and sane, that's something I've never had to chase. But I know this. There's always a reason behind a request like this. Always something that's just out of reach, some thread that leads deeper into the rabbit hole. And if there's one thing I know, it's that you never walk away from a case like this. I exhale a long stream of smoke, watching it twist in the air, and push the chair out from under me. She's still staring at me, waiting. The weight of her gaze presses against me, and I feel the pull to take on this madness, even when I know it's going to eat me alive. The same pull I've always felt, a need to solve the unsolvable, to find the one thing that's just beyond my grasp. I'll take the case, I say, the words falling out before I have time to think about them. But I want you to know something. I'm no rookie when it comes to the shadows of the mind. I've chased nightmares that no one should chase. If sleep's what you're after, I'll find it for you. But you should know, there's always a price. Her eyes don't leave mine. She doesn't speak, but the tension in her posture tells me she understands what I'm saying. She knows that this isn't just about sleep. It's about something darker, something that the city's been hiding in plain sight for years, buried beneath layers of neon and smoke and bad decisions. And yet, I'm already wondering if I can find my own way out of this mess. Maybe I'm not so different from her. Maybe I've been chasing the same thing for years, something elusive, something I've lost without even realizing it. Sleep, maybe, but maybe it's something more. I motion for her to sit. Tell me everything you remember before it disappeared. My voice is steady, but there's a crack there. Something in me I can't quite explain. Maybe it's the city, or maybe it's her. She hesitates, then slowly begins to speak again, the words pouring out in fragments, like she's trying to piece together a puzzle she can't quite see. Her voice falters as she describes the nights she spent staring at the ceiling, the hours that stretch into eternity, the creeping feeling that something is waiting for her to slip into the void. As she speaks, I can feel my pulse quicken. This is the kind of case that feels like it's pushing me toward something I can't control, and I'm not sure whether that excites me or terrifies me. Don't worry, I say, though I'm not sure who I'm reassuring. We'll find it. We'll find your sleep, whatever it takes. And as I say those words, I wonder if I've just opened a door to a place I'm not prepared to go. Because in this city, when you chase something, you never know what you'll find at the end of the trail. Charlie's office, the dark heart of the city. My office is a reflection of me, a place where light barely reaches and shadows stretch longer than they should. It sits on the top floor of a crumbling building that leans too far west, as if even the bricks are trying to escape. The walls are dressed in peeling wallpaper, faded and stained from years of neglect. The radiator clatters in the corner, more noise than heat. And the window, well, it closes only if you kick it hard enough. Sometimes even that doesn't work. A draft creeps through the cracks, as constant as the pulse of the city outside. The smell in here is old. Dusty books, stale cigarette smoke, and something faintly metallic. It's the scent of a life that's been lived on the edge, where decisions are made in dark alleys, and the consequences are never as far as they seem. My desk, sagging under the weight of too many years of paperwork and bad decisions, is a mess. The typewriter sits there, a relic from a time when I thought I could write my way out of this. But the truth is, I don't write much anymore. It's mostly just me, staring at the keys and waiting for something to make sense. The city pulses outside, and I can feel it, even through the walls. The neon lights flicker and buzz, a steady hum that never stops. It's the sound of the city's heartbeat, the thrum of a place where people make deals in the dark and sell their souls for a little bit of comfort. I hear the screech of tires, the blare of horns, and the distant murmur of voices. There's always something happening down there, in the streets below, where the real stories are made. But here, in my office, the world moves slower. The city might never sleep, but I've been awake for too long. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking under me, and let my gaze drift to the window. The streets are slick with rain, reflecting the neon signs like a kaleidoscope of chaos. It's a sight I've seen 1,000 times, maybe more, and yet it still does something to me. The way the lights flicker, the way the shadows move. It's like the city is alive, breathing, waiting for the next victim, the next sucker to walk into its grip. I don't know how much longer I can keep doing this. The cases keep coming, but the answers are always just out of reach. I've lost track of how many times I've sat in this chair, staring at that damn typewriter, trying to make sense of it all. The city has a way of grinding you down, until all you are is a shell of who you used to be. There's a faint sound from the street below. Someone's arguing, maybe a car screeching to a halt. It's hard to tell. The sounds all blend together in this city. It's part of the routine, part of the background noise, the kind of noise that fills your ears until it drowns out your thoughts. It's the noise of a place that eats you alive, that doesn't care about who you were before you got here, only who you'll become once it's done with you. I flick the ash from my cigarette, watching it fall into the tray. The smoke rises, curling lazily in the air, just like my thoughts. My fingers tap against the desk, the rhythm keeping time with the world outside. It's been days, maybe longer, since I last slept, but I'm used to it. I haven't needed sleep in years, not since I started this game. The nights blur together, endless cases, endless faces, all of them slipping away before I can grab hold of them. I lean forward, my elbows resting on the desk, as I stare at the typewriter. It's just like everything else in this city, worn out, neglected, and barely holding on. Just like me, I mutter under my breath. The thought is bitter in my mouth. The truth stings, but it's one I can't escape. The city has chewed me up and spat me out so many times. I've lost count, but I can't leave. Not yet. Not when there's still something to find. The door creaks, and I glance up. It's not the first time I've heard that sound. People come and go. They need answers. They need help. And they'll pay whatever price I ask, if they're desperate enough. And in this city, everyone's desperate. But this case, this one feels different. It feels like it's pulling at something inside me, something I buried a long time ago. I take another drag from my cigarette, watching the smoke curl into the air. For a moment, everything is still. The city's pulse, the constant hum of life outside, fades into the background, and for the first time in a long while, I feel something familiar, the weight of the past pressing down on me, reminding me of who I used to be. But then, just as quickly, it's gone. I snuff out the cigarette, the glow fading like a dying star. The city is still there, waiting, and I know it won't wait for me. It never does. So I grab my coat and head for the door. It's time to find out what's really happening in this city. And maybe, just maybe, it's time to find out what I've lost along the way. The mysterious visitor. The door to my office creaks open, its familiar groan echoing in the silence of the room. I don't need to look up to know who it is. The weight of the air shifts in a way that tells me all I need to know. It's a person who carries trouble like it's a badge, like it's been stitched to their skin and worn so long it's become part of them. She steps inside, silhouetted against the dim light of the street lamp outside. There's something about her posture, slumped but alert, that tells me she's been through more than her fair share of dark nights. She's wearing a coat that's seen better days, the fabric worn at the edges like it's been dragged through every alley in the city. Her hands are trembling, but only slightly. And when she looks at me, her eyes are wide, too wide, like she hasn't slept in days. And maybe she hasn't. There's a smell about her, too, faint but undeniable, like the stale scent of cigarettes and rain-soaked streets. It's a scent I've come to know well over the years. The scent of people who walk through the city's underbelly, the ones who live in the shadows but never quite escape them. She steps forward, her eyes not meeting mine at first, as if she's afraid the city itself might be listening. When she does speak, her voice is barely a whisper, as if she's afraid the walls might swallow her words. I've lost my sleep. The words hang in the air like smoke, drifting, twisting, and leaving a bitter taste in my mouth. I take a slow drag from my cigarette, watching the smoke curl up, and lean back in my chair, my fingers tapping against the armrest as I wait for her to continue. She doesn't. She just stands there, her hands clutched tightly in front of her, like she's trying to hold herself together. I notice the way she shifts on her feet, her eyes darting around the room, but never really focusing on anything. I don't speak at first. I've heard stranger things in this city. Hell, I've seen them. But there's something about this one that sets off a different kind of alarm in my head, a sense of unease, like there's more to this than she's telling me. The way she says lost rather than stolen makes me wonder if maybe she's not talking about sleep at all. So what? You just can't sleep anymore? I ask, keeping my voice flat. She nods, her hands tightening into fists. It's not like that. I've tried everything. Counting sheep, warm baths, sleeping pills. Nothing works. It's just gone. I can't remember the last time I had a decent night's sleep. It's like it just vanished. I let her words sink in, my eyes narrowing as I watch her. There's something about her, something in the way she speaks, that makes me think this is more than just a simple case of insomnia. People don't lose their sleep. Not like this. It's a feeling, a concept, a part of the fabric of life. It doesn't just disappear. But then again, in a city like this, anything's possible. Sounds like a hell of a problem, I say finally, flicking the ash from my cigarette into the tray. But I'm no rookie. I've dealt with a lot worse in my time. People don't just lose their sleep. But I'll tell you what, lady, if you're serious, I'll take the case. One clue at a time. We'll figure it out. Her eyes flick up, to meet mine, and for a split second, I see a flicker of hope in them. It's brief, almost imperceptible, but it's there. She knows she's desperate, and she knows that I'm the kind of guy who might just be able to help, or at least find out what's going on. I don't know where else to turn, she says, her voice trembling slightly now. I've asked everyone, and they all think I'm crazy. They think I'm imagining it, that it's all in my head. But I swear, it's real. I lean forward, putting the cigarette out in the tray and folding my hands together. My fingers curl, pressing against each other as I think it through. The city outside is still pulsing with its chaotic rhythm, the lights flashing like distant stars in a sky that never quite darkens. The rain's picked up again, tapping against the window, a soft, insistent rhythm that matches the growing tension in the room. All right, I say finally, the words heavy as lead. I'll take your case, but you should know one thing. In this city, nothing is ever what it seems. I've seen enough to know that when something like this happens, it's usually part of something bigger. And you're not going to like what we find. Her eyes search mine for a moment, and for a second, I think she's going to say something else, but she doesn't. She just nods, the desperation still in her eyes. But something else too. There's a quiet understanding there, an acceptance that whatever happens, she's already too deep to back out now. And me, I'm already wondering if I've made the right choice. Because in this city, when you chase something as elusive as sleep, you're bound to wake up with more questions than answers. But that's the way it works here. The city gives you just enough to keep you hungry, just enough to keep you chasing. The unseen forces at play. The rain beats steadily against the window, the sound a monotonous rhythm that drones on like a distant drum. The streets below are slick, reflecting the flickering neon lights that never seem to stop. I can feel the damp creeping into my bones, even in this small office, and it seems like the city itself is leaking, pouring its secrets out onto the pavement. Outside, it's as if the rain is washing away everything, leaving nothing but shadows and the faint echo of footsteps that no one remembers. I lean back in my creaky chair, my fingers resting on the worn-out edges of the typewriter. The keys are sticky and the ribbon barely moves, but I don't care. I've never been a fan of technology. I've always preferred the older methods, the ones that require patience, persistence, and the ability to sift through a mess of evidence like a miner looking for gold. I start with the basics, trying to peel back the layers of the case. The visitor said she'd lost her sleep. It's an absurd claim, but that's what this city is full of. Absurdities. I don't believe in magic or curses, but I do believe in patterns. And there's always a pattern. You just have to be willing to find it, even when it's buried under a mountain of lies and half-truths. The first thing I do is trace her steps. I go back to the places she mentioned, the places where she's tried to sleep and failed. The late night clubs, the quiet streets, the strange back alleys where time seems to crawl slower than it should. But everywhere I go, I find nothing. No clues, no answers, just more rain-soaked streets and flickering neon lights. I walk past the old, broken-down buildings, the ones that sag under the weight of their own history. They've seen it all, the deals, the betrayals, the people who come and go, disappearing into the night like ghosts. The city has a way of swallowing you whole, and I'm starting to think that this woman's sleep is just another thing it's taken without a trace. But the deeper I dig, the more I feel like I'm being led somewhere. There's something about the case that feels different. Something about the way the city seems to shift when I focus on it. It's like it's holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Or maybe it's waiting for me to figure out what's been taken from it. I find myself standing in the middle of a familiar alley, the kind that's always been part of the city's heartbeat. It smells like wet cement and forgotten dreams. The rain runs down the gutters in lazy rivers, and I can't help but wonder if it's not just sleep that's missing in this city. It's peace, too. Everyone is running, chasing something just out of reach, never stopping long enough to realize that what they're looking for is already gone. I light a cigarette, watching the ember glow like a tiny star in the dark. I wonder if it's possible to lose something like sleep, something that's as fundamental as breathing. Or maybe it's not about the sleep at all. Maybe it's something else entirely, something deeper, a city that's drained its people of their peace, their hope, their ability to dream. As the smoke curls up into the damp air, I think about the visitor, the way she looked at me with those wide, desperate eyes, the way she seemed to be clutching at the very idea of sleep, as if it was the only thing that could save her from whatever darkness was creeping in. I wonder if, in some way, she's not so different from me. Maybe we're both trapped in this city, both running on empty, both struggling to find something that's slipping further and further out of reach. I shake the thought off, stubbing out the cigarette and turning back toward the office. The rain's picked up again, and the city is alive with its usual hum. But there's something off about it tonight, something I can't quite place. When I get back to the office, I try to piece things together. The sleep, the woman, the city. It's all tangled up in a way I can't untangle just yet. But I'm starting to suspect that this case is bigger than just one person's missing rest. I think it's the city that's been robbed of peace, and we're all just trying to survive in its shadows, hoping we don't get swallowed whole before we can find our way out. The visitor's case, her missing sleep, might be a symptom of something much darker at play, and I'm starting to think that if I'm not careful, I'll be the one who's lost in the shadows next. I sit at my desk, the typewriter in front of me, but I don't touch it. Instead, I stare out the window, watching the rain fall in endless streams. I know this city better than anyone, but tonight it feels like I'm just another lost soul, wandering its streets, looking for something that may not even exist. The call from Father Callahan. The phone rings, cutting through the silence of the office like a sharp knife. It's a harsh sound, slicing through the stillness of the night. I hesitate for a moment, letting it echo in the dark, the hollow buzz filling the space around me. It's 2 a.m., but the city doesn't care about the hour. The city never sleeps, not for a second, and neither do its ghosts. I glance at the receiver, a familiar dread creeping up my spine. I know who it is before. I even pick it up. The voice on the other end isn't one I've heard often, but it's one I'll never forget. Charlie, son, you've got to come to St. Jerome's. And for God's sake, hurry. Father Callahan's voice crackles through the line, heavy with urgency. It's the kind of voice that carries more weight than it should. It's raspy, as though it's been pulled through the dirt. But there's something about it that still holds a hint of authority. The words are clear, but the emotion beneath them is harder to decipher. Fear, perhaps. Or maybe something else, something deeper, something I can't yet see. I grip the receiver tighter, my knuckles turning white. It's been years since I last heard from Father Callahan. He was always there for me when no one else was, even when I was running with the Murray Street boys, causing more trouble than I care to remember. Father Callahan saw something in me. He saw the good in me, even when everyone else wrote me off. In a world full of sinners, he never gave up on me, and for that, I owed him more than I could ever repay. Father, what's going on? I ask, my voice steady despite the sudden spike of anxiety crawling up my chest. I can't explain it over the phone, Charlie, he says, his voice quivering almost too faint to catch. Just come to St. Jerome's. Please. The line goes dead before I can respond. The silence that follows feels suffocating. There's something in Father Callahan's words, something hidden behind his pleading that has me on edge. He's never asked for my help like this before. Whatever it is, it's big, and it's pulling me in deeper than I want to go. I set the phone down with a click and run my hand over my face. The weight of the city presses down on me, thick and heavy, like a fog I can't shake off. The rain still coming down in sheets outside the window. The dark streets below illuminated by flickering neon signs that do little more than add to the sense of foreboding hanging over the whole place. It's a night like so many others, and yet something feels different this time. I grab my coat off the back of the chair, the wool heavy and damp from the lingering moisture in the air. My fingers fumble for a moment with the collar, but I force myself to move. It's not like I have a choice. Father Callahan's call isn't one you ignore. Not now. Not after all he's done for me. The coat slips over my shoulders, the fabric scratching against my skin as I adjust it. I reach for my fedora, pressing it low on my head as I make my way to the door. The office is dim, lit only by the weak glow of the street lights outside. The furniture's worn, the desk piled with unfinished cases and papers that have long since started to gather dust. But none of it matters right now. All I can think about is Father Callahan and the strange urgency in his voice. I pause at the door, hand on the knob, and glance back into the room. The city outside is calling to me, but it's not the usual call. There's a heaviness in the air tonight, like something dark and dangerous is just waiting to spill over. I push the door open, stepping out into the hallway, the sound of my boots echoing off the old wood floor. The building creaks under the weight of its own age, the walls worn down by years of secrets and forgotten sins. The elevator's out of order, so I take the stairs, my feet pounding against the metal as I descend. The rain's louder now. The sky's so dark it feels like the city is drowning in it. Outside, the streets are slick, reflecting the chaotic lights from the nearby bars and the clubs. The usual suspects are scattered around, drunks stumbling along the sidewalk, their faces hidden beneath hoods, their bodies swaying with the rhythm of the city's pulse. There's a tension in the air, thick and charged, like something is about to break wide open. The night feels like it's holding its breath. I pull the collar of my coat up against the chill, shoving my hands deep into my pockets as I make my way down the alley. The familiar hum of the city is there, but it's off, just slightly wrong. The shadows seem deeper, the streets narrower, and there's a weight to the darkness that feels like it's pressing in on me from every side. By the time I reach St. Jerome's, the rain is coming down harder, the streets barely visible beneath the heavy curtain of water. The church stands in front of me, dark and silent, a monument to something long forgotten. Its stone walls are worn with time, the windows faded and cracked, but there's still something about it that demands respect. It's the kind of place that feels like it's been here forever, holding its secrets close, watching the world change while remaining untouched. I climb the steps, my shoes slipping slightly on the wet stone. The door opens with a groan as I push it, stepping inside. The smell of candle wax and old wood hits me immediately, filling the air with a sense of both calm and unease. Father Callahan's already there, waiting for me. His figure is hunched over at the front of the church, his head bowed, his hands clasped together. In a prayer he's too tired to finish. I walk down the aisle, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet beneath my feet. When I reach him, he looks up, his face lined with worry, and for the first time in a long time, I can see the fear in his eyes. "Charlie," he says softly, his voice breaking the stillness. "I knew you'd come. The church and the confession." The church is still, a heavy silence settling over everything. The air smells like incense and something older, something that carries the weight of secrets. Secrets the city has buried deep beneath its concrete heart. Father Callahan leads me down the aisle, his footsteps soft and deliberate, as if he's trying to keep his presence as quiet as the grave. There's an unspoken urgency in the way he moves, as though he's afraid the very walls of St. Jerome's might collapse under the weight of what's coming. I follow him a half step behind, the sound of my boots echoing in the empty space, like a countdown, each step pulling me deeper into the mystery that's been tugging at me ever since the visitor walked through my office door. He stops in front of the confessional, a dark, weathered box at the far end of the church. The doors creak open with a sound that seems far too loud for the stillness around us. Inside, the smell of old wood and stale air hits me, but it's not the smell that catches my attention. It's the sight, there, hanging from the partition. Inside the confessional is the body of Salvatore Duca, a man I've known by reputation. His lifeless form is strung up by a thin strand of piano wire, twisted cruelly around his neck. His mouth is stuffed with rosary beads, the beads gleaming white against the deep red of the blood that has soaked his collar. His eyes are wide open, staring vacantly at the ceiling, and his hands are stretched outward, as though reaching for salvation that will never come. His body is a grotesque display, a twisted mockery of everything holy, and the image claws at something deep inside me, a place I've long since tried to keep buried. I freeze for a moment, my heart skipping a beat. The horror of it doesn't hit me all at once. It takes a few seconds for the scene to settle into my mind, the brutality of the act slowly washing over me. Father Callahan steps forward, his face pale in the dim light. He crosses himself as he stares at the body, his hands shaking slightly. The years have not been kind to him. He looks older, more fragile than the last time I saw him, but his eyes are still sharp. There's a weariness in them, something that tells me he's seen more than he should. "Father, what happened here?" I ask, my voice hoarse, barely above a whisper. He doesn't answer right away. Instead, he steps closer to the body, his eyes lingering on Duca's lifeless form. "I don't know, Charlie," he says quietly, his voice tinged with something I can't place. Regret, perhaps, or fear. But there's something dark at work here. I'm not sure you're ready for what you'll find. His cryptic words hang in the air between us, but I don't have time for vague warnings. What does this have to do with me? Why bring me here? Father Callahan sighs heavily, his breath catching in his throat. He seems older in that moment, the weight of the years pressing down on him like a coffin lid. Duca, he was afraid, Charlie. Afraid of something much bigger than death itself. He came to me 3 nights ago, asking for confession, but not the kind you're used to. His guilt wasn't just about the things he'd done in this world. It was about something else, something that's walking these streets. He looks at me, his eyes wide and unblinking. He said the devil isn't below anymore. It's walking the streets. It's here. It's always been here. I feel a cold shiver run down my spine. What do you mean? The devil? Father Callahan doesn't answer right away. He just shakes his head, as if the words themselves are too heavy to speak. Finally, he adds, Duca said something else, something that didn't make sense at the time, but it's starting to now. He said that the Senor won't like this, but sometimes the devil wears a different face than you expect. His words settle like ash in my mind. The Senor. That name stirs something deep inside me, a memory that I can't quite place. It's familiar, too familiar. I've heard it before, somewhere in the underworld of this city, and I know the name is tied to something far darker than I cared to admit. I glance back at Duca's body, the grotesque scene before me. It's not just the brutality of the murder. It's the message, the rosary beads, the way he was strung up like some kind of twisted icon. It all points to something much bigger than a simple killing. There's a ritualistic element here, something tied to the Marchetti family, the shadow that's been looming over this city for years. The pieces of the puzzle are starting to fall into place. But there's one thing I can't quite figure out. What does this have to do with the missing sleep? The visitor's case, the strange woman who came to me with her desperate request, now feels like part of something much larger. Something that's been hidden in the shadows of this city for far too long. The missing sleep isn't just about a woman's restless nights. It's about the city itself, the way it's been drained of peace, of hope, of sanity. Father Callahan's words echo in my mind as I turn away from the body. The devil wears a different face than you expect. I know I'm in deeper than I wanted to be, and I'm starting to realize that this case, this mystery, is no longer just about sleep. It's about something much darker, something far more dangerous. And if I don't uncover the truth soon, I might never make it out of this city alive. Effie's involvement. The office door creaks open, and there she is. Effie, sitting casually on the edge of my desk, cigarette dangling between her fingers. Her red hair, slightly disheveled, falls around her face like it's meant to be that way, a perfect mess. She's got that look, sharp eyes, calculating smile, and she knows something's up. It's late, and I can tell she's been waiting. I never locked the door when I left, so she's made herself comfortable. "Late night, Bennett?" she asks, not looking up from the newspaper she's flicking through. Her voice is low, almost teasing, but there's an edge to it, the kind that tells me she's been stewing on something. I drop my coat onto the hook and sink into the worn chair behind my desk, rubbing my eyes. I don't bother with pleasantries. Effie and I don't need them. She already knows I'm not in the mood for small talk. My mind is still reeling from the scene in the church, the strange confession, and Duca's body hanging like some grim warning. this city's dark secrets are slowly clawing their way to the surface, and I'm afraid there's no escaping the mess that's coming. I lean back, blowing out a cloud of smoke from the cigarette I just lit. You're not gonna like this one, Effie. She raises an eyebrow, flicking her cigarette, a wisp of smoke curling into the stale air of the office. You've been out chasing ghosts, haven't you? I let out a slow exhale, my thoughts still tangled in Father Callahan's cryptic words. Duca's dead, strung up in St. Jerome's like some kind of twisted sacrifice. The rosary, the piano wire. It wasn't just a murder. It was a statement. And it's connected to this whole mess, Effie. This isn't just about missing sleep. It's about something much darker. Effie's eyes flicker with interest, the newspaper forgotten in her lap as she straightens up, her full attention on me. What exactly are we dealing with here? This doesn't sound like a regular body drop. I slide the crumpled receipt from my coat pocket, tossing it onto the desk in front of her. That's what Duca was holding when they found him. Some kind of shipping label for a seafood joint down by the docks. The Marchetti family runs it. It's a front, and it's got a reputation. That's where we need to go next. Effie picks up the receipt, turning it over in her hands with a practiced eye. She's quick, always quick to pick up on things most people wouldn't even notice. La Serena, she mutters, her voice tinged with recognition. I've heard of it. Small place. Not many people go there unless they know someone. Not exactly the kind of joint you'd stop into unless you're looking for trouble. What's the connection with the Marchettis? I lean forward, the weight of the investigation pressing on my shoulders. That's the thing. I don't know yet, but I'm starting to suspect it's tied to more than just smuggling. Duca, he was scared. Father Callahan said he thought something was hunting him, something that wasn't human. And that's why he came to the priest. He knew he couldn't outrun it. Effie's expression tightens, her eyes narrowing in thought. She knows this city, knows it better than anyone else, and she's seen its darker sides, the ones that most people would rather forget. The Marchettis, they've got their hands in everything, don't they? Alcohol, numbers, drugs. Hell, they probably own half the cops in this town. But a seafood place? That doesn't make sense. They're not known for keeping things quiet. I grunt, rubbing my temples. Exactly. But Duca was running scared, and he said the devil was walking these streets. And now, we've got this damn seafood place on the map. We need to go there, see what we can find. Evie's lips curl into a smirk. You're not gonna like it, but it's the only lead we've got. La Serena's a place where things get done in the shadows. I can get us in, but I'll need to get a few people to look the other way. I raise an eyebrow, half smiling. I figured, you always know someone. Effie doesn't miss a beat. You'll owe me a big one after this. But I'm in. Let's get to work. She stands up, slipping on her emerald green coat, cinching it tight around her waist. She looks like she's about to step into a high society party, but I know better. Her sharp instincts, the connections she's got with the street, and her ability to blend in when she needs to. It's what makes her invaluable. She's my unofficial partner, but more importantly, she's the reason I've made it this far, in this business. Without her, I'd have fallen apart a long time ago. As we head toward the door, I toss her a look. You think we'll find the answers there? She shrugs, her lips twitching into a smile. We'll find something. Whether it's the truth, or just more questions. That's up to you, Bennett. I don't respond, but the weight of the case hangs heavy on my chest. As the door swings shut behind us, I glance back at the dimly lit office, the place where I've spent too many nights chasing ghosts. But tonight, I'm not just chasing shadows. I'm chasing something real, and I don't know if I'm ready for what's waiting at the end of this case. The city outside is alive, 1,000 stories happening at once, each one darker than the last. The neon lights flicker like dying stars, casting their sickly glow over the streets, and I know this is where we belong, where Effie and I are meant to be, in the shadows, with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. The seafood joint and hidden secrets. The air smelled of brine, garlic, and something else. A hint of rot, like the very life of the city had been left to stew in the pots of a forgotten kitchen. We stepped into La Serena, and the heavy scent of fried fish hit me first. It was the kind of smell that sticks to your clothes and lingers in your lungs, mingling with the sour dampness of the dark corners where the dim lighting can't quite reach. The place looked like it hadn't seen a fresh coat of paint in decades, and the floor was a patchwork of scuffed tiles, cracked and stained with what could only be described as the city's filth. It was quiet, too quiet, the kind of quiet that only existed in places where something bad was about to happen. Effie slid into the booth like she'd done this 1,000 times before. Her sharp eyes swept over the room, scanning for anything useful. She looked at home in the seedy atmosphere, her poise unshaken as she dropped into the seat. Her coat, emerald green and cinched tight at the waist, stood out against the dull, faded hues of the restaurant. But she made it work. People turned their heads for just a second, then quickly looked away. Effie had that effect on people. She knew how to blend in to make herself invisible when it mattered most. And tonight, it mattered. I watched as she pulled a cigarette from her pack, the match striking with a soft flare of light that illuminated the shadows beneath her eyes. She wasn't fazed by the grimy walls, the flickering bulbs overhead, or the strange energy hanging in the room. She knew exactly how to handle herself. "Nice place," she murmured, her voice a sharp contrast to the quiet around us. Her words were laced with sarcasm, but there was an edge of steel behind them, too. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I surveyed the room with the practiced eye of someone who'd spent too many years in dark alleys and forgotten spaces. The patrons were a mix of rough men, some hunched over their drinks, eyes darting from one corner of the room to the other. A few women sat alone, half-heartedly picking at their meals, eyes flicking nervously over their shoulders. In the far corner, a man with a thick neck and a too-tight suit stared at the bartender with a look that suggested a deal was about to go sour. This was the kind of place where everyone had something to hide, and everyone knew it. Effie leaned over the table, lighting her cigarette with a practiced flick of her wrist. "You sure this is where we need to be?" she asked, the smoke curling around her words. I glanced toward the back of the room. A door led into a dark hallway, the flicker of movement visible only for a split second before it disappeared behind. The beaded curtain, the kind of curtain that covered a secret. A dozen thoughts raced through my mind, but I kept them to myself. It wasn't the time for questions. Not yet. "We're here for a reason," I said, taking a slow drag of my own cigarette. "The Marchettis run this place. At least that's what the receipt said. This is where Duca came before he died, before he came to Father Callahan. And I'm willing to bet it's not just the food they're serving here." Effie's lips curled into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She flicked her cigarette into the ashtray, a quick motion of the wrist that was somehow almost graceful. Oh, I don't doubt that. The Marchettis don't do anything small. If they're involved, you can bet there's more here than meets the eye. Before I could respond, she stood, smoothly adjusting her coat and making her way to the bar. I stayed put, eyes trained on the corner where the man had been staring earlier. Something felt off about him, but I couldn't place it yet. Effie's voice reached me from the bar, sharp and low. 2 whiskey sours, please, she said to the bartender. And tell me something about this place. I hear the food's great, but the stories are better. Her smile was pure charm, but the glint in her eyes suggested she wasn't here just for a drink. I watched as the bartender, a man with a nervous twitch in his hands, poured the drinks. His gaze flicked over to me, and I could see the wariness in his eyes. He knew who Effie was. Hell, everyone in this town did. The bartender slid the drinks toward her, but Effie didn't take a sip. Instead, she leaned closer, speaking in a way that made it clear she wasn't asking but telling. I know you've been working here for a while, she said, her voice smooth, coaxing him. What can you tell me about the Marchettis? About La Serena? The bartender hesitated. His eyes flicked toward the door leading into the back, then back to Effie. His lips twitched, but no words came. Effie was good, but even she wasn't always able to crack someone that fast. She dropped a couple of bills onto the counter, catching his eye one last time. Consider it a tip for the best whiskey sour I've had in a while, she said, before turning back to me. As she returned to the table, her expression was unreadable, but there was a tension in her shoulders. She didn't have to say anything for me to know something had shifted. They know something, she muttered, but they're not talking. Not yet. I nodded, my mind racing. It was clear now. The Marchettis were running more than just a seafood joint. There was something darker, something deeper at play. I could feel the pulse of the city all around us, the beat of its secrets, and I knew we were getting closer to something we weren't meant to find. But we were here now, and there was no turning back. Effie looked at me, a hint of a smile on her lips. So, what's next? I flicked the cigarette butt into the ashtray, my eyes narrowing. We get inside, we find what they're hiding, and we keep digging no matter what it costs us. The tension in the air thickened as we stood up to leave the table. This wasn't just another case. This was the beginning of something much bigger, something that would lead us down roads we weren't ready for. But we were in it now, together, and there was no turning back. The reveal of the Marchetti family. The night had settled over the city like a thick blanket, the rain still falling in soft, relentless sheets. I stood in the phone booth, rain dripping off my coat, staring at the cracked glass and listening to Rye's voice on the other end of the line. The retired cop's voice was a gravelly, tired thing, but there was a certain edge to it that spoke of a life lived too close to the fire. I told you, Charlie, Rye began, his voice low, cautious. The Marchetti family. No one really knows the full story. You know how it goes in this city. Money, power, the whole damn circus. But there's more to them than what you see on the surface. I leaned against the booth, pressing my fingers into the edge of the cracked glass. It was more than just the phone call now. It was the whole damn city pressing in on me. The streets, the shadows, the things I couldn't see, the things I wasn't supposed to know. And the deeper I dug, the darker it got. You're gonna have to spell that out for me, Rye. I need the details. What's the deal with Alfredo Moretti? I asked, my voice tight with impatience. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before Rye responded, the hesitation in his voice palpable. Alfredo was sick, real sick. Spent more time in hospitals than he did in any meetings. But the family stuck to him, you know. Loyalty. That was the old man's rule. Alfredo was weak. Hell, everyone knew it. But he had the name, and that's all it took for a while. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke swirling in the dim light. My eyes flicked over to the dark street outside the booth, the flicker of neon lights from a distant sign casting an eerie glow on the wet pavement. Rye's words gnawed at me. And now, I asked, cutting in before he could continue, who's running the show now? A sharp intake of breath came through the receiver, followed by a long exhale. Rye's voice dropped lower, and I could hear the years of regret in his tone. There's someone new now, Charlie. Someone colder. The old guard's gone. Hell, Alfredo should have died years ago, but it was his kid, that sick boy, who took over after him. But then the family went quiet. Not a whisper for 2 years. People thought they were finished. Then, out of nowhere, they came back stronger than before. And this time, it wasn't Alfredo. It wasn't the Moretti name that pulled the strings. I gripped the receiver tighter, leaning forward. Who's in charge now, Rye? You know the name. You've heard it whispered around in every corner of this godforsaken city. Adelina Marchetti. The name hit me like a slap in the face. Adelina, the woman we'd encountered at the mansion. A smooth operator sitting behind that desk, toying with us like we were nothing. She had a presence that was unsettling, an air of control that I couldn't quite shake. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece it all together. Adelina Marchetti, I muttered under my breath. The sister. Rye sighed heavily. Yeah, the sister. She came out of nowhere, and now she's the one who runs the show. She carved her way up from the bottom, Charlie. She didn't inherit power. She took it. She made the family hers. But here's the thing. She's not like her old man. Not at all. She's ruthless, smarter than anyone thought she'd be, and she's got a vision for the family that's more dangerous than anything we've seen. I could feel the weight of Rye's words settle in my chest, cold and suffocating. Adelina was no ordinary boss. She wasn't the weak Alfredo struggling with his health and his position. She wasn't some puppet bound by tradition or family loyalty. No, Adelina was different. She had ambition and power and a vision for this city that I didn't want to imagine. Do you know what she wants, Rye? I asked, my voice tightening. What's her game? There was another long pause before Rye spoke again, his voice a warning in itself. I don't know, Charlie. I don't think anyone knows. But I'll tell you this. She's smart, and she's playing a bigger game than anyone realizes. And the longer you dig into this, the closer you're going to get to something you don't want to see. I let his words hang in the air. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, but the picture it was revealing was far more complicated than I had expected. The stakes were higher than I'd anticipated, and the danger, well, that was just starting to show its teeth. Thanks, Rye, I said, my voice thick with the realization of what was coming. I appreciate it. He didn't respond right away, but I could hear the rustle of his chair, the sound of a bottle being opened. Don't say I didn't warn. You, Charlie, he muttered before hanging up. I stood there for a moment, the phone still pressed to my ear. The truth was more complicated than I'd ever expected. Adelina wasn't just the head of a crime family. She was the architect of something bigger, something more dangerous, and I was standing right in the middle of it. I hung up the phone and stepped out of the booth, cigarette smoke swirling around me like a ghost. The rain was falling harder now, pounding against the pavement, and I felt like I was standing in the eye of a storm. Every decision I made from this point on would lead me deeper into a world I wasn't sure I was prepared for. But there was no turning back now. The Marchettis were running the show, and they weren't going to let anyone stop them. Not me, not anyone. The clock was ticking, and the closer I got, the more I could feel the darkness closing in. I walked back into the night, the city's pulse vibrating beneath my feet, knowing that the next steps I took would bring me face to face with the truth I wasn't sure I could survive. The confrontation with Adelina Marchetti. The estate loomed ahead, bathed in the soft glow of the street lights, its towering stone walls and iron gates, a silent monument to the power Adelina had built. It was a place that seemed to exist out of time, an old world of wealth and decadence, perfectly preserved by the darkness that ruled it. Effie and I stood at the edge of the property, the rain still falling heavily around us, turning the streets into a shimmering reflection of the city's twisted soul. "This is it," I muttered under my breath. The weight of the moment pressed down on me, like an invisible hand tightening around my chest. I could feel the pulse of the city, the danger that loomed just beyond the walls of this place. But I also felt something else, something deeper. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but I knew that it wasn't going to be easy to face. Effie gave me a sideways glance, her lips curling into a faint smirk. "You sure you're ready for this, Charlie?" I didn't answer at first. The thought of Adelina had been consuming me for days now. Every word she spoke, every move she made, it all hinted at something far more dangerous than I had initially realized. She wasn't just a criminal. She wasn't just a woman trying to survive. In a man's world, Adelina Marchetti was the force that controlled this city, and I was about to confront her. I reached for the hairpin in my pocket and handed it to Effie, who nodded, knowing exactly what to do. We had no time to waste. With a single motion, she slid the pin into the lock of the gate, the click of the mechanism barely audible over the pounding rain. The gate creaked open slowly, revealing the manicured lawns and grand facade of the Marchetti family estate. Inside, the halls were dark and quiet, the air thick with secrets and the scent of old money. We moved through the corridors with practiced stealth, every step calculated. The estate felt alive in a way that unsettled me. Its silence was deafening, as though the walls themselves were watching, waiting for something. Every shadow seemed to hold a story, every flickering light a threat. Finally, we reached the door to the study, the heart of the house. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what was to come. Inside, sitting behind a large mahogany desk, was Adelina. Her eyes were fixed on us the moment we entered, a faint smile playing on her lips, as though she had been expecting us all along. "Charlie Bennett," she said, her voice smooth and controlled, yet carrying an undeniable edge. "And Effie, of course. I knew it wouldn't take long for you to find your way here." I didn't say anything at first. I just stood there, watching her, taking in the scene. Her presence was overwhelming, as though the room itself bent to her will. The city, The whole damn world seemed to revolve around her in ways that made my skin crawl. You've built quite an empire, Adelina, I said, my voice cold. A city of lies and shadows. But it's all coming to an end. She chuckled softly, leaning back in her chair, the faint glint of a cigarette glowing in the darkness. Is that what you think, Charlie? That you can bring it all down? The truth is, people like you and I, we don't get to choose how things end. We only get to choose how we survive. She took a drag of her cigarette, the smoke curling around her like a veil. And survival, well, that's the only thing that matters, don't you think? Effie stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she studied Adelina. What do you want, Adelina? Power? Control? Is that what this city has become? A playground for people like you? Adelina's eyes flicked over to Effie, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. Control, she repeated almost as if tasting the word. No, my dear, it's not about control. It's about freedom. The freedom to shape the world, to bend it to your will, to make it work for you. She leaned forward, her gaze intense. You see, I didn't build this empire just to survive. I built it to rule. And now, I have the power to do anything I want. I can make this city sing, Charlie. I can make it dance. And you're just a puppet hanging by a thread. I clenched my fists, the weight of her words sinking in. It was true. I had spent my life chasing shadows, running down cases that always seemed to lead to dead ends. But Adelina had already figured out the game. She wasn't just a player. She was the one who had written the rules. You're wrong, I said, my voice low but firm. I won't be your puppet. Adelina smiled, standing up from her desk, walking toward me with a slow, deliberate grace. She was every inch the queen of her domain. You already are, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. You just haven't realized it yet. There was a moment of hesitation, a flicker of doubt in my mind. The weight of the situation was crushing. The realization that I was in over my head, settling in like a stone in my stomach. I knew I had to act, but something in me, something I couldn't explain, held me back. That hesitation cost me. In the blink of an eye, Adelina moved, faster than I could react. A flash of steel gleamed in the dim light, and I felt a sharp sting across my arm. A knife, sleek and deadly, had grazed me. My gun was just a moment away, but I was too slow. Effie reacted instantly, grabbing the fire poker from the nearby hearth and swinging it with the precision of a trained fighter. The blow caught Adelina off guard, and she staggered back, but her smile never wavered. She was unfazed, as if she had already anticipated this move. I told you, Charlie, she said, softly, her voice filled with a quiet menace. You can't stop me. No one can. But it wasn't over. Not yet. The final betrayal and loss. The sound of the fire poker crashing against the floor was deafening, and for a split second, the room stood still, suspended in time. But reality rushed back in, sharp and violent. Adelina, momentarily stunned by Effie's blow, regained her footing with chilling calm. Her eyes, dark and calculating, locked onto mine with a predator's gaze. She wasn't just a criminal. She was a force of nature, and I had underestimated her. Effie stood between me and the woman, her posture taut with fury, her hand still gripping the poker as if it were an extension of her body. The rage in her eyes matched the intensity of the storm that raged outside. But there was something else too. Fear. For the first time I saw it in her. A vulnerability she never showed. She wasn't afraid for herself. She was afraid for me. Adelina laughed, low and guttural, her voice dripping with venom. "You think you can stop me with that?" she sneered, gesturing toward the fire poker. "You think you can stop what's already been set in motion?" I didn't respond. My hand hovered over the grip of my gun, but my body was frozen. Hesitation. That damn hesitation. It was the one thing I had never allowed myself to indulge in. Yet here I was, caught in its grip. It was a simple decision, a moment that could have ended everything right there, but I let it slip away. And now, as Adelina's cold smile grew wider, I realized just how much I had screwed up. The weight of that failure pressed down on my chest, like a vice. Effie's sharp intake of breath broke me out of my trance. She moved with lightning speed, lunging forward, trying to get in the way of Adelina's next move. But Adelina was faster, always faster. She whipped out a knife, a cruel, gleaming thing, and in the chaos she slashed across Effie's arm. Blood splattered, and for a moment, I couldn't move. My heart froze, terror seizing me as Effie stumbled back, clutching her arm. "Effie," I shouted, but it was too late. She had already staggered to the side, her eyes wild with pain and anger. I moved toward her, instinct kicking in. But it wasn't fast enough. Adelina was already circling, like a shark that could smell the blood in the water. The sound of her footsteps was all I could hear as I tried to assess the situation, tried to gather myself enough to take control. But the words weren't coming. The plan wasn't coming. I was slipping. Then, just as quickly as she had come, Adelina lunged at me, her knife flashing in the dim light. I barely dodged it, the cold steel grazing my side as I rolled to the floor. My breath was ragged in my chest, and the panic I felt was something I hadn't experienced in years. A steady stream of thoughts ran through my mind, but none of them were clear. I was drowning in the mess I'd made. Effie, still clutching her wounded arm, raised the poker again, but this time Adelina was ready. With a swift motion, she disarmed Effie, sending the poker skittering across the floor. I was on my feet now, but it was too late. I could see it in Adelina's eyes. She knew she had us. She knew I had failed. "You're a disappointment, Charlie," Adelina purred, her voice smooth like silk, but with a deadly edge. "You had a chance to end this, to end me, but you hesitated. And now, you've lost." Her words cut deeper than any knife ever could. In that moment, I realized how foolish I had been. Every moment of hesitation, every second spent second-guessing myself, had led us here. It was the same mistake I had watched countless others make in this city. Those who thought they could outsmart the darkness only to be consumed by it. "Get up." Effie's voice was hoarse but firm. She was on her feet now, determination burning in her eyes, despite the blood soaking her sleeve. "We're not done yet." I looked at her, really looked at her, and saw the fury in her gaze. Effie had always been my anchor, the one person who believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself. But now, even she was starting to doubt. I could see the shift in her, a wall going up between us as she pushed me away, without even meaning to. Her trust had always been something I took for granted, but now it was slipping through my fingers. "We're not done, Charlie. But you sure as hell better not screw this up again." Her words stung, and the shame I felt, no, the guilt, gnawed at me. I wasn't just failing at the case, I was failing her, and that was something I couldn't allow. Not again. Adelina stepped forward, sensing the moment of weakness. "You've made your choice, Charlie," she said softly, her voice almost a whisper. "You could have been so much more, but now you're just another part of the problem." It was then that I made my decision. My hand finally wrapped around the grip of my gun, and I aimed it squarely at her. But even as I pulled the trigger, something inside me was already screaming. Was it too late? Was I already too far gone? The shot rang out, echoing in the silence that followed. For a second, everything was still. But then, with a sharp gasp, Adelina crumpled to the floor, her face twisted in shock. Her reign, her control, all came crashing down in an instant. But victory came at a cost. Effie stood beside me, silent, bloodied, and unbroken. But I knew that something fundamental had shifted between us. The hesitation, the doubt, had cost us more than just Adelina. It had cost us trust, and I wasn't sure if I could get it back. We stood there for a long moment, the tension between us thick, suffocating. The city's pulse, the neon lights flickering outside, seemed distant now. We were no longer chasing shadows. We were living in them. The cost of this case was far higher than I could ever have anticipated. And as we walked away from the wreckage of the Marchetti family, I knew that neither of us would ever be the same. The weight of that loss would follow us both, always. And I had no idea how much longer we could keep running. The mysterious death and the final revelation. The phone rang with a shrill, ear-piercing ring that sliced through the stillness of the night. I didn't need to glance at the caller ID to know who it was. Rye's voice on the other end was low, thick, with the kind of heaviness that came only with bad news. "Charlie, you there? You're not gonna like this." I took a long drag from my cigarette, letting the smoke curl around my fingers before answering. "What is it, Rye?" There was a pause on the other end. "A woman's body, found by the docks. She's got the Marchetti family's insignia." The words hit me like a punch to the gut, but I kept my composure. For all the danger, all the bloodshed, there was still something about the family's name that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on. And Adelina's death hadn't been enough to close the case. It had only made things murkier. There were still too many unanswered questions. "Dead?" I asked, my voice betraying nothing. "Yeah. And it's bad, Charlie. This one's got a connection to Adelina. You need to come down here. The whole thing smells like a cover-up." I exhaled slowly, the smoke floating up to the ceiling, like the ghost of the past I couldn't escape. "I'll be there." The rain hit the streets harder than ever, pounding against the asphalt as if the sky itself was trying to drown out the noise. I stood there for a moment, staring out at the wet, dim-lit city through my cracked window. The case had dragged me deeper into the shadows of this place than I'd ever been, and I could feel the weight of it. Everything was coming apart, unraveling faster than I could put it together. When I arrived at the docks, the city's familiar pulse felt distant. The cold, damp air clung to my skin, and the yellow streetlights reflected off the puddles in a sickly glow. I walked past the water, the sound of waves lapping softly at the pier, my mind churning with the revelations I'd uncovered. But there she was, a woman, her body cold and lifeless, draped in a long, dark coat, her face turned to the side, eyes staring blankly into the night. I knew the insignia before I even saw it, the emblem of the Marchetti family, a twisted rose, was etched onto a necklace around her neck. My gut tightened as I realized who she was. Not just another victim, but someone close to the family. The mystery had never been about the lost to sleep, not truly. It was always about the unseen forces, the shadows pulling the strings in this city of broken promises. But why her? Why now? I didn't have time to dig into it further. Rye was right. This smelled like a cover-up. I could feel the weight of the unanswered questions pressing against me. And yet, all I could think about was the one thing that had kept me up for nights. Adelina. She was dead. Her reign over the city extinguished. But the truth was more complicated than I could ever have imagined. The pieces were scattered, and I was the only one left trying to make sense of it all. It wasn't until I found myself back at St. Jerome's, the very place where Father Callahan had once pulled me back from the edge, that I began to feel the full weight of what I'd just lost. I sat in the pews, the flickering candlelight, casting long shadows against the walls. The place had always felt like a sanctuary, until tonight. The air was thick with the ghosts of the past, their whispers growing louder as I closed my eyes and tried to find some peace. But there was no peace left in this city. There never had been. Father Callahan hadn't been there, and for the first time in years I realized how much his presence had meant. The priest had always been a fixture in my life, the one constant who reminded me that there was still good in the world. But even he had failed to save me from myself. The city had changed me, like it had changed everyone who had tried to survive within its walls. The silence in the church was deafening. As I stood to leave, I looked back at the altar, where the remnants of my past, my hopes, my regrets, were scattered like ashes in the wind. What was the point of it all? The city had swallowed everything I'd ever believed in, leaving me with nothing but the bitter taste of betrayal. I left St. Jerome's without a word, my coat flapping in the wind as I stepped back into the rain. The cold bite of the night air cut through me, but I hardly noticed. I was numb, a hollow shell walking through a world that no longer made sense. Back in my office, I sat at my desk, the dim glow from the neon lights outside casting long, dark shadows on the walls. The city hummed below me, alive with its secrets, its sins. The cigarette burned between my fingers, but I didn't feel the heat anymore. Everything that had happened, the death, the betrayal, the haunting truths about the Marchetti family, felt like a bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. It was real, and I was the one left to deal with the consequences. As I sat there, alone in the silence, I couldn't shake the feeling that the case wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The ghosts of the past still haunted me, and I knew that the shadows would always be there, lurking just beyond the light. I had survived the night, but the city would never let me escape its grasp. Conclusion. Lessons in the dark. The city never stops. The rain had long since passed, but the air was still thick with the residue of the night. Inside my office, the neon lights flickered, casting long shadows across the room, like the ghosts of my past that refused to leave. Effie was sitting in the corner, her legs crossed, tapping her cigarette against the ashtray, lost in thought. The stillness in the room was almost unnatural. After everything that had happened, the weight of it hung heavily between us. We had made it through the chaos, barely. But the city, with all its grime and corruption, still had its claws in us. I could feel it, pulsing beneath my skin like an infection I could never wash off. Effie didn't speak at first. She just looked at me, her gaze steady, as if she could see through all the walls I'd built around myself. The world outside was loud, buses honking, car doors slamming, people shouting. But in here, it was quiet, a quiet that echoed with unanswered questions. "What's next, Charlie?" she asked, her voice soft, yet carrying the weight of someone who had already seen too much of this city's darkness. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the dimly lit street below. My fingers drummed on the desk, the rhythm slow and deliberate. The case was over, at least in the sense that we had uncovered the truth, but the scars would remain. Adelina was gone, but her grip on this city, on me, lingered like a bad taste in my mouth. "Next," I echoed the word, almost in disbelief. What was left after all of this? The answers had been found, the mysteries uncovered, yet I still felt empty, as if the city had swallowed everything I had. "Next, Effie, we keep going. That's all we can do." She shifted, her expression unreadable, as if she were weighing something deep inside her. She had seen too much of the filth in this city to ever be truly surprised anymore. But I knew this one had gotten to her. It had gotten to both of us. "You ever think about leaving?" she asked, breaking the silence again. It wasn't the first time she'd asked that question, but tonight it felt different, more like a challenge than a passing thought. I shook my head, the motion slow and deliberate. "Every damn day." She didn't say anything at first. She didn't need to. We both knew what came next. We stayed, because that's what the city did to you. It held you in place, wrapped you up in its poison, until you were too far gone to even try to escape. "I'll never leave, Charlie," she said after a long pause, and there was something in her voice, resignation, maybe, or understanding, that hit me harder than any blow I'd taken in the case. "Not really." "Neither will I," I said, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. The truth was, we were both trapped in the same web. Effie, the streets, the city, they all had a hold on me. And no matter how much I tried to outrun it, no matter how much I tried to find peace, I knew deep down that it was impossible. This city, with its shadows and secrets, would always be there, pulling me back in, dragging me down into the abyss. The rain outside had stopped, but the noise of the world continued, relentless and unforgiving. I glanced over at Effie, her cigarette burning down to the filter. Her eyes were tired too, but she didn't show it, not in the way I did. She was stronger than me in a way that I couldn't quite understand. But even she couldn't escape the pull of this place. We were bound to it, like moths to a flame. We sat there for a while longer, the silence stretching out between us, heavy and filled with unspoken thoughts. Then, as if to break the tension, Effie leaned back and offered a half smile, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. "You ever think about what you've learned, Charlie? After all of this?" I exhaled a slow breath, my fingers twitching as I picked up the cigarette from the ashtray. The embers burned brightly in the dim light, and I thought about it, really thought about it, for the first time since this case began. "I've learned one thing," I said, my voice low, the weight of it settling over both of us. Effie looked at me, waiting for the answer, her eyes searching for something more. "Never underestimate a daughter's rage," I said. the words bitter in my mouth, or a mother's love. It hit her then, like it had hit me the moment I realized the truth, the power, the manipulation, the way the people in this city could twist everything into their own vision. Adelina, in her cold ambition, had become a monster of her own making, driven by a rage that had built up over years of betrayal and loss. But even she wasn't invincible, and in the end, it was her own blood that had taken her down. Effie's gaze softened, and for the briefest of moments, I saw something different in her, something that made me realize we weren't as different as I thought. This city had taken everything from us, and we were just two souls fighting to survive in the wreckage. But maybe, just maybe, the fight was worth it. And with that, the silence settled again. The city continued to pulse outside the window, its darkness still holding us captive. But we were still here. We were still alive. And that, in itself, was a small victory.